let's continue. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude, the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
An incredible place. It's so imposing, it's almost suffocating. This is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are construct from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the difference than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office, Norihana-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time of circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news to Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message on envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place in the law students selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need to require qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. This dude looks like Damon Gaunt. Okay. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Oh, he's got a pocket watch. That's cool. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhondo, don't be a mouse. Oh, It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhondo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhondo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious empire. Yes, thank you. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. Would require something in the region of 24 seconds of mine. Sorry. Does the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhondo? Let's leave it for now. An armband. I inherited it from Kazuma. It identities the wearer as defense lawyer, thought for the Empire of Japan. Okay. Ooh. The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside of the look. Kazuma Asogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on the study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. So the badge is on the front here. These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an imperial mind. But if they're a mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impractical, I'm sure. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding the shrine. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know? And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Mr. Sato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tome? Just look at all these naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law, either. They're books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. This must be Lord Chief's Justice desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's just your fine visual imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhondo. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home. It's made of bricks and stone here. I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside of some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Don't you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhondo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. This city boasts tramps, ways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great Exposition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in the great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate. In these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right! The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man's lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing! The news reached him before we arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you, honored this appointment specially to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhondo, would you like to make a proposal? Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhondo? This is it then. The moment of truth. Continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhondo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? Is there someone else from here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer? It's Actually, no, there's no one. It's me! I can do it! Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? Sorry. And yet, you still claim to be a lawyer. I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain to study. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Booyah. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, no, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all thought about. I had to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly infatuated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry. Your opening statement there, Mr. Norhondo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his exposure just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specifically certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Norhondo. What do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. That's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be news. This will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, can I ask, what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based instruction of the British law? We can't possibly agree to such tests. We'd be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Narhondo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your comparent, Mr. Asogi? I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Obviously I'm gonna agree. Alright then. If I had to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry. You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Narhondo, I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life is by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivial. Would be unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Narhondo. Oh? Was there something else? It's approximately 12 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there on time. You should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant, in this case, has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. A trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, Madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. My time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Narhondo, we must leave at once. Mrs. Sato, can I ask you something? She got her hands ready. Careful. From this position, I can perform Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Narhondo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts immediately. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Okay then. Mrs. Sato. Okay. The office of the Lord Chief Justice Strongheart in Britain's great capital city, London. It's a grand stone architecture, and the echoey tick of the vast cogwheels lend an air of authority. The Old Bailey, London's highest criminal court with illustrations past. The Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose that there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of them at all. So, this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for the defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhondo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. What are you doing? Following me here? Things are desperate, are they? Is he Irish or Scottish? Sorry. Would you look at the expressionless faces from Earth to the East? Are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right. Say no more. So, how much does you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat. Barely a penny to your name. And all while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 Guinnesses. Say nothing now. 1,000 Guinnesses? Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 Guinnesses is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? There's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. Is this guy supposed to be based off of Scrooge Scrooge? The Scrooge? Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to ya. No strings attached. I'll be waiting you do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self. Here, I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you had to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have asked, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Luster and Blazers, do yous? Do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGiddle Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? City of Smiles. That's my vision for London. Here's nothing Magnus McGiddle wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGill. This guy's literally Scrooge McDuck. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Narhondo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. Gilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in the hands of... Well, what was I have to say, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 Guinness to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Okay, I'm back, sorry. I think I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, well, not really. Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry, did he just say Reaper? Aye. The Grim Reaper of the Bailey Lord Barak van Zix. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? And Van Zix stands for the prosecution. They call the accused of his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand to defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barvik van Zix? He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't even the word you're looking for, madame. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. Miss Consell? That would be me. Oh. This time? Well then, fella. Don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I made up me mind, so I had. Sorry. I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? There's no accident. I assure you of that. It's fate. So, don't get cold feet now, please. I know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Narando, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never allow to happen. Consell, for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening, then. My first trial in the British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Ooh. So, this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. And the centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and sincere. It feels both imposing and sincere at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhondo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Looks like Dracula.
In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGild. I now call upon the consuls for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared.
That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld.
Consul, the defense you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
A cold shiver just ran down my spine.
Now, Mr. McGild.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
As I've always said, my lord, 'tis grand to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. This is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry to the Great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGild. What a fine gentleman. Did you hear that? He donated £1,000 to the government the other day. Mother, please, may we go play in the Guild Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGild. That's definitely welcome. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. And there's something deeper to it.
Eloquently put, Mr. McGild. And most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected to your implementary. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, my lord.
If the task sent to rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of the rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Huh. Any criminals will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me.
Oh, okay.
I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting off with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhondo, those people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 juniors.
Jurors.
Sorry. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from two completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? Majority vote, I'm guessing? That I don't know, but I'm sure it'll become clear as the trial progresses. Yes.
Prosecution Van Zix.
My lord.
It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd re-announce your fame.
I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infirmary rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware?
I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So, the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhondo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statement, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Fired Mason. Sorry, Frice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Goo. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. The Consul. Thank you, Consul. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner gives the case of the damage hanging result. Single stab wound to the abandoned. Okay. Photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is practically obscured from view by an old crooked hat. And on further item of evidence, the prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
And these are... Good Lord! Is that blood, Consul?
Yes, my lord.
Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene.
These gore-soaked gloves, taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilld's gloves had blood on them?
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
Sorry. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There is a blood stain on the right of the glove. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGild.
Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGild! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Little so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask you, what a good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Ooh, okay, they're fully convinced, I'm guessing. Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, Consul. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear the testimony of these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Beth, bring the witness in at once. Oh, I look chilly. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Bebo. I drive the omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's Frost. Lady Frost. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged the knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed. I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Ambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, Consul. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? That's what I was thinking. As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witness possibly have seen what had happened? There's no way they could have seen there's no way they could have seen the inside of a moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read the civilization in the eastern island nations was a good century behind our... But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about your omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. Well, I only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably, you understand that much? Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in the very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Beth, bring forth the striking omnibus. Wow. So, that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers settled inside the enclosed cabin, and another on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight roof allowing a view of the interior of the seats above. Ah, okay, I see. So they could only see from above? So they witnessed the crime from a bird's eye view. That changes a lot, then. Skylight? Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the roof seats on this omnibus the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense.
Well, Cancel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish.
Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Guess I should do that then. Phoenix Wright Omnibus? Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder, it's horrible. Ugh. That's a post of Great Exposition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ugh. The Crystal Tower, it's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. That's a poster for the Great Exposition that's due to... Okay, it's the same thing. That's blood. That's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passenger like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp. There's a lamp on here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was planned. It doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. This seat has a handle, it seems. Ooh. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow luggage. Stow luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very, very convenient for that purpose anyway. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or a catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. I think that's everything, right? So this is the roof of the omnibus? Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. And they have to pay money to do so. I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Okay. You can certainly see inside the carriage for this opening. Yes, there's a lamp at the unclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witness would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. I think that's everything, right? I'll look back at it if I miss anything.
Let us continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, Consel.
Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the interiors of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! Okay. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, so I can choose free.
Oh, yes, sir, that's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold, it was, freezing, in fact.
Excuse me.
If I may, Mr. Fairplay. Only second now. That last statement appears to be given. That last statement appears to have given you a pause for thought. Not really. By the way, you always seem to be looking on the side one way or another. Do you have some application? Not really. Fair play. He's not really willing to say anything, as it seems.
It's none of your business anyhow.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Excuse me.
Mr. First. Oh, how can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Oh, not particularly, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head? Oh dear, sir. I hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see. Mr. Narhondo, even the witness can see what's going through your mind. You really must be more careful. I wish it were that simple.
Hold it!
Okay. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct?
Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none.
So nobody fled the scene of the crime then?
I have to say, the boss insisted running. He does everything that last bus of the day.
Okay.
But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that pub on the way home just to warm up again.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight of the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the deck of the windows, right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. And 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly
make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGill.
How can you be so sure?
Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGill is a gentleman of rather small stature. I would never have mistaken him for anyone else.
Let's not forget when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGill. There is no room for doubt here. I really wish there was.
Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged the knife right into his guts.
You actually saw the exact moment it happened?
Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail.
My lord! Junior number 3. What's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something. Other that, they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Uh-oh. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway.
That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Ooh.
What is happening here? Let me see. I guess it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent, and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before.
Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Consul, for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed and I couldn't help it. He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing a gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see. So I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was striking fear from his belly. That huge great knife.
A grim sight indeed.
That didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. It appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. Guild is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicion.
Mr. Frost.
Mr. First? Oh, yes, sir.
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that?
Yes, Gonzo. That is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly, like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of conceivable size, Gonzo.
It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is immobilized promptly with a certain initial.
The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
Please, no.
M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGiddle, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
But there was M's everywhere. Yes. Like in Mason.
Objection!
That's his voice. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Gonzo.
My lord, if you'll give the interruption.
Juror number 2, go on.
Mr. McGill is a pillar of society, and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word should be scoured. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime.
Oh, great.
I've been painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion.
Yikes.
Not again. That's 4 out of the 6. That's 4 out of the 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse.
Sorry. Just moving my stuff.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at this moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witness, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up. We mustn't give up that hope. We'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But all right, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to calm and listen to the witness's statements again. Sorry. Okay, as soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. What exactly did you see? Passengers... Yes, collapsed on the floor. He was... Oh, whoops. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend to do the deed? I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGill really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. And by passengers, you obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand like this. By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGill. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, drawer number 5. Do I take it that you two, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly arrogant to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, no, please. Just keep an open mind.
Gee up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 Druids agreed to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You've heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand?
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then pray tell, are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of the day and sit at a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGiddle Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces. He said, "I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life."
Now she's actually speaking facts. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right. A man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to McGiddle Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGill really is? What kind of man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the Crows? McGill lends money at extraordinary rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When the default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madame. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make a use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that.
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGill. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed, a final payment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And, in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from his life.
by the merciless philosopher, pretender Magnus McGild.
I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly. Miss Susato? You claimed that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGill. But where is the evidence to support your claim?
Bro's got a wine bottle and a wine glass ready. Pray, forgive the discountency of filling my hollowed chalice in the court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Ziek's hollowed chalice.
How can this be considered acceptable?
But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I'd heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As a judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job.
What a pity your display of courage is in vain. This is the debitor's ledge, which details all monies loaned by the accused. The victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the accountancy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East of the same time. Her marvelous toast, Consel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Ah, yes. Shit. Sorry. victim owned a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would have seemed I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madame, that is the modest operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Wait a minute.
I don't stand for nonsense.
Well, that was it. The last juror's decision. According to this encyclopedia of the British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of the country, I will now conclude the trial. By delivering my final verdict, I trust there are no objections.
Mrs. Sato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia of British law. However, the defense... What did you say next? What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. Well, all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty. Court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then, the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has the tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Misato? this so-called summonation examination. Oh, one moment. I'll read about it. You demand the right to procure before you even understand what it entails? A typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhondo, I think I understand. It seems that under the procedure, we'd be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To what exactly? Appeal to them to change their sorry. To change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that it's successful. The proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summonation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But procedures became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose.
Changing one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be acquainted and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhondo? A summonation examination, a last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat? Well, I'm obviously gonna go forth and do it. That's the rule of Ace Attorney, is that you never give up. The defense wishes to assert its right to the summonation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world of exemplary of the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summonation examinations are an embarrassment and should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's all right, it's all right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
Defense petitions is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summonation examination.
This is madness. No, this is the Great Ace Attorney.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so...
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision.
On what grounds?
You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is the most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. They seem to have thrown their jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. Examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around.
So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury of the court, hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGill guilty of the most serious crime. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver was... I trust the driver. He was an excellent memory. He has an excellent memory. It seems 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck that chap next to him, just like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collected all the statements made thus far, and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
That scoundrel, that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief.
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these six people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them, and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to follow their icy minds with some hot warming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then... They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entranced they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing on what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea what makes this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this is to procure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They appear to be present on united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says. And see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements, and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off!
Can we start the proceedings, Quencel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord. Okay. It seems 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Wait a minute. As a driver, he has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. And what was the cost again? The fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Let's save real quick. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blaze's name, I haven't the first idea on what you're talking about.
According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there are 4 passengers on the Omnius on the night in question. According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those prices details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the Omnius is always 4 pence.
That it is. A fare of the from a single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Why, man? Why?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger who we've heard nothing about.
Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figurines your coachman claims most certainly do not add up.
Your watchword, good sir, is fallacy. I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
All right then. How do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, hmm?
Well, according to my book here, you simply launched a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of the scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo!
Nice.
Yeah, this is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same.
For the love of Mike! Not you as well!
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the other witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhondo, you did it! If we can manage to change two more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Consul, you have the floor again. Continue your substantiation examination.
I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the Siphod bookkeeper has to say for himself. There is no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. Well, now that we know that there was actually someone in the carriage, we know that's wrong. He struck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. I simply tapped and collected all the statements made, thus far drawn the logical conclusion. Grr, Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corporation. Not guilty, I say. This scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It's beggar's thief. I might be wrong here. So what did she say? She says that scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor. It's beggars believe. I can press them for more detail, I guess. What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time there? I should have thought it was obvious. I'm recording everything that takes place a part of these proceedings. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted deservedly at your remarks 7 times in total. And I might add, each time you've gawped like a simpleton. Thank you. And what's the point exactly? So, anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? That is a conclusion I have drawn as a result of the copious notes I have typed. Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn to that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-keeping. This is going nowhere. Okay, so she's a lost cause, I guess. Should I press on him then? Certainly the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGill were alone inside the carriage.
Precisely my point.
But could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet?
Such as?
Well, perhaps there's something we can all work out together now.
Now, listen here. Maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have.
Oh dear. He doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No. I'm going to have to pit the juniors against one another, like Susato said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people's assertions is the only way I'm going to succeed. Okay, what does he mean? Careful, you could hurt somebody with that. You're a fine one to talk. What of that sword hanging from your waist? No, that's just my battered soul. Hell, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. All the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad? We know that small shorty is a rotten Shylock. Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but Mr. Naruto, please be careful with what you say. If he's been trying to squeeze money out of less fortunate than as far as I'm concerned.
He's as guilty as sin. The man can hang.
Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities? Pit the two jurors whose statements seem to contradictory against each other. No time like the present to use Y to pit them against each other. Okay. So I think I'm on the right track then.
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, Consul. Post haste.
Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3.
What? Can't you see I'm busy here?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? What's the test mean to you? It was like this. Stuck the fellows next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6.
Is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madame?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now, don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. Their stabbing is in totally different directions.
What? Where's my stitches? What a muddle.
Well, this tells us that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why would the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can we really let that happen in a good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies.
The scales.
I don't believe it.
Hold it.
Wait! Now, hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him, in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all.
If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, dark jinx.
Me?
What exactly is the problem? What if the two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
What of it?
Let's say that the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and thus young Dandy saw him do it. And now, let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm?
You're calling daddy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you? Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you?
We're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? I mean, it's possible. There's an outside chance of almost anything you care to mention.
Exactly the point I've been trying to make.
Did I make the wrong decision? I think you should have a take a look for the courtroom record. Ah! You see, this evidence makes it quite clear. There isn't even an outside chance of what the juror is saying. Oh yeah, that's right.
I didn't say that. What I meant was, no, it's not, it's out of the question.
Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, you dark jinx? Come on out with it.
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me proof.
It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish.
What?
I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime as proven. Catalog of people borrowed money. Defendant with a high rate of interest includes the victim who owned the 20 units. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know of any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh, yes, of course. The banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. I see. Among the defendants list, the debitor's is Bruce Fairplay, who would have been able to do repairs. Okay. Alright, a largest knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality as a fancy ornament suggested it must be valuable. It's out of the question of the two things, so I think it's the report, right? Mason, male, age 54, occupation brickmaker, time of death cause 50, stabbed once in the abandonment knife whilst during an omnibus, died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay, so he's only stabbed once, right? So that would be the correct answer. Take that! This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abandonment. Only once.
Only once?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times.
Yeah.
Alright, I concede defeat. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Narahondo. We've won!
What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me.
But we had consuous.
I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber.
Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events. The defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zix, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
Take your time. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollowed chalice, it may seem to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discussancy.
Lord Van Zix?
Is it cold in here? Or is it just me? I feel it too. As your acquaintance home no doubt say, the prosecution may not speak during a substantiation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident, evident truth, it would seem. No. Why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh. Bring forth witness once more. Okay, well, now I know who the killer is. Witness. I trust you heard the summonation examination we have just had to endure?
Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir.
Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman, I believe it's Beppo?
Yes, sir, my lord, sir. It transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to violate the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus. You'll be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio.
Now then, witness, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summonation examination.
I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it. But,
Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare. He did, and then I saw that blood curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGiddle stab that man. Everything I saw, I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Gonzalo, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little conceit.
Mevo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guild Master. The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, Consel, for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protected examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely.
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers on the carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right?
It's impossible.
Oh.
Possible to make the last run of the day pay.
Excuse me.
Mr. Frost! Oh, how may I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Oh, practically, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head? Oh dear, sir. I hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see.
Yeah, I read this. Okay.
Hold it!
I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself from passing out.
Excuse me.
Whoops.
I wish there was like a way to like continue like the dialogue without having to like press on the other witnesses.
Hold it!
Okay. I'm getting chillblains just listening to you.
It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger?
You're digging deep. You're digging a deeper hole for yourself there. If only there'd been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have had another suspect.
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence. I paid 5 pence too, sir.
And I just told you that I did. A flat fare, 5 pence across the board.
It's not something to be proud of.
The so-called deputy, my learned friend. Sorry about that. The so-called dependency my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Sorry, a lot of interruptions. More like the phantom killer you desperately needed. It's gone, dead and buried.
I'd been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fair, he did.
Okay.
Hold it!
What's bothering me the most is that he said he paid twice. Spoke curling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir.
Loathsome sight. No one should have witnessed the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken.
Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
Good gracious! Really?
We have another witness who did, however.
The banker has already testified to it.
But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gents next to me take a sharp intake of the breath. See, that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from the belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Staring at man, everything I said before stands. Oops.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. Guild, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him.
There's much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Then what are we wasting our time for, huh? It's black and white. The man's guilty.
Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Earlier, you said you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip.
I suppose. Yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck.
Oh, I expect that was me, sir.
Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of the midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all.
I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of... Oh. The precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Interesting.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh?
Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that. No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of the omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a ball that day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that, all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I forget a sight of the blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man?
It's funny you say that. Because he was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands?
Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar.
What?
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGill, on the night in question.
Oh, yes, right.
And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain on them. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent.
But, no, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here, then?
That's right. You are quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not a gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't revocate.
He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhondo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I believe there's evidence. My lord!
Yes, Gonzalo?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony.
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates the motive of the witness alleged for the description of the court.
The debtor's ledge.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGill. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worth being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas to not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
What of it?
Let's suppose Mr. Guild were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor the the defendant here to be sentenced to capital punishment, their contract would be breached then. All outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, it is not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw. In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant.
Order, order, order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, your lie. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
All right, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGill's hands, both of them.
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying...
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Frost.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hand. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What?
Would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruhondo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes, I might finally have a chance to turn things around here.
There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold. In the truth of the fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment that the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, There was nobody else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it.
That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no subsequential nor significance change in the facts of the case.
Very well. Your cross-examination, please, Counsel.
Yes, my lord. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record.
I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands.
He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why?
Your reasoning is dire.
One hand or two salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guilty from the accused's fingers.
Cursed.
However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired in the murders. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance as well, you know.
Right. Crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time.
You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you? Do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from the financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty?
That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I was just a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing.
A little guinea out of 10.
I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend.
I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness screw-ups are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is it that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both attackers with blood on them. You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of McGill's gloves has any signs of blood on it.
That's right.
The thing is, As far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw McGill sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves. That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on McGill's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow. I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard the scream.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything?
Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir. I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
I know what you're insinuating, but I clearly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir. I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets now. Oh, please. You didn't even see that?
It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir.
It would seem redundant to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights.
Beppo!
Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or well, we all would have seen it.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus.
That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
No, yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh? Why not?
It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked?
That's right. And it's public bus service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Dang. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. so I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I assure you I wasn't looking down. I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed.
Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? I didn't mean to click on that. I suppose they would have the bird's eye view from the roof. And birds generally have a very keen eyesight, so... Thank you. That's all clear. What you've said does make sense.
Very good. Continue with the cross-examination, Consel.
Mr. Fairplay didn't see Mr. Mason getting stabbed at all. That's a hugely significant change in the factors of the case. And there's something else that occurred to me whilst listening to the witness's latest testimony. Two of them are recounting what they saw through the skylight in the omnibus roof. I know it's strange. I know it's a strange window and certainly affords a good view of the inside, but well, I think perhaps we ought to confirm what they're saying with our eyes as much as possible. What do you mean? I mean... Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding the omnibus and witnessed the events of the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Sorry. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But that possibility cannot be denied. That at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical mendeering, my Nepalese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh.
Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-section plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Where exactly is it? Right here, right?
Take that!
Here, my lord. In this location, an extra passenger could have been completely hidden from view.
Objection!
Oh. If you believe that is true, Consul, then may I suggest you attempt to conceal yourself there? Sorry. And here's to your never seeing the light of day again. Whatever's in that whole chalice, there's a very bit of aftertaste. Pains me to say it, Mr. Naruhodo, but that was a very bitterly disappointing. There's bitterness in the air, it seems.
Perhaps you'd like to reconsider your answer, Consul.
Where exactly could situated?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof facing the direction of the travel. Whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting and obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on the seat, it's quite possible that the witness would have been completely unaware of it. Yeah.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecutor's rejoinder. In the British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjuncture, Consul. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhondo? I honestly don't know. Who could have been? Who could have been on the other seat in which was out of sight from the witness on the door of the roof deck? I generally don't know. 'Cause It's not the two witnesses. I'm unsure about Mr. Beppo, because we don't know where he was. And claims he didn't see anything. But these two said that they were both at the top, so they would have like at least known that. So they can literally like back each other up. Yeah, the only person it could really be is him. The driver himself, but that also feels unlikely. I'll just save here. Just gonna go for my gut then. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. The response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat of the ambiguous cabin that was obscured from view was driver, the omnibus on which the murder took place. He's an eyewitness to the incident.
Take that!
Yes, concealed in the blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than this unexpected passenger. Whatever so-called logic you arrived at, conclusion, it matters not. Because your answer has made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would appear to be usually large. You could have said that's not right. The true culprit. That's right, exactly. Well, then it would be... It would be the man himself. Okay, I get it then.
Take that!
Alright. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witness on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGild. Mr. McGild?
What are you talking about, Kunsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Okay, bro. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discrepancy. Lord Van Zix.
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advised. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact it's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But the premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGild, it creates an inconsistency that it can't be recoiled in any way.
What inconsistency, Kunsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the glory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even if the face of the irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both admittedly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands on the assailant. In short, their memory of the events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary. Order, order, order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witness has clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said that the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them through.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. Frost?
I'm afraid I don't remember. And yet you call yourself a hatter?
The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be sure?
Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGill would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to have noticed the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
Ah! He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGill would have been unaware of it.
Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGill, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will already made a full statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Magnus McGill is no unducted ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most delectable act. Consul, for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord, should we ask Mr. McGill to testify or not?
I demand testimony.
Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGill to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGill has to say.
Get the man out of here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things around the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Beth, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Let the proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGill, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure, I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Begad, no. Tis not in the nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the question, please.
The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tells you, do I tells you all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGill. The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage, the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true?
Aye. And 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You... What?
No. Magnus McGill, the convict excuse can't save you now.
I'm truly sorry. So I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she had done it. They'd haul over her into the hauled her into here, this courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
Please don't tell me. That I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the wee ting just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. Prosecution calls for the witness statements to be discarded by the court.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in the courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? What? Smoke! Fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away. It's no use. I can't see a thing through all the smoke. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhondo. Cover your face!
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in the description of to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that for the time being, at least the trial was suspended. Alright. I'll end stream there. Whew.